The Silent Dreams.
The library is behind you now. You may not remember leaving it. That is the way of these things, the way of houses like this one, where one room leads to another with a gentleness that does not announce itself. One moment the fire was at your feet, and the armchair held you, and the rain was close against the glass. And then, gradually, without insistence, something shifted. The room grew quieter, the fire lower. The boundaries of the space softer, less defined, until the library became less a room and more a feeling, and the feeling became less distinct and more like the general quality of the house itself, surrounding you, holding you, carrying you. And now it is 1 o'clock in the morning. You know this not because you have looked at any clock, you have not, you would not at this hour, but because the house tells you, not in words, in the particular quality of its silence, which is different at 1 in the morning from what it is at 11 at night. Deeper, more committed. The silence of a house that has finished settling for the evening and has now arrived at something older and more fundamental. The silence beneath the silence, the one that was there before the house was built and will be there long after. The whole of Vellacott Hall is asleep. Every room upstairs lies still and dark, the beds undisturbed, the curtains drawn against the night. The kitchen is cold and quiet, the range banked low, the copper pots hanging motionless above the scrubbed table. The study is dark, the papers on the desk exactly where they were left, the pen still resting at the angle at which it was set down. The dining room, the sitting room, the small room at the end of the east corridor that nobody uses anymore, all of them dark, all of them still, all of them breathing in the slow and patient way of rooms that are not being asked to do anything except exist. The house rests, but not entirely. Because in the drawing room, at the end of the corridor, to the left of the main staircase, behind the door that is never quite fully closed, there is something that does not rest, something that moves through the sleeping house with a purpose that is not urgency, with an attention that is not anxiety, with the particular quality of wakefulness that belongs only to creatures who have chosen the night as their natural element and find in it not loneliness but belonging. Konstantin is awake. Of course he is. You are safe, you know this already, somewhere beneath thought, in the part of you that has been here before, that has sat in the library with the fire going and the rain close and Konstantin's breathing the steadiest sound in the room. That part of you brought you here, to this hour, to this corridor, to this particular darkness that is not frightening but familiar. Follow it. Follow the corridor. Follow the faint sound of something that might be movement and might be only the house shifting in the cold, that quality of presence that draws you gently, without insistence, toward the door at the end. It is 1 o'clock in the morning at Vellacott Hall. The night has reached its depth, and Konstantin is waiting. This is what Konstantin does. Every night without exception, without variation, or rather, with the kind of variation that is so thoroughly his own, so consistent in its nature, that it amounts to a kind of absolute consistency. He does not sleep when the house sleeps. He does not rest when the fires go out and the lamps are extinguished and the last footstep on the upper landing has faded into silence. He waits for all of this. He waits with the patience of something that has always known how to wait, and when the house is finally, fully, entirely still, when the last door has been closed and the last light extinguished and the last human voice has given way to breathing and then to silence, he begins. He moves through Vellacott Hall, the way water moves through old stone. Not with force, not with haste, but with a kind of inevitable, unhurried certainty, finding the paths that exist between one room and another, between 1 hour and the next, between the world of sleeping people and whatever lies on the other side of sleep. He knows every inch of this house, every floorboard that speaks and every floorboard that does not, every door that swings freely and every door that sticks at the top in wet weather, every corridor where the draft moves in a particular direction on cold nights, and every corner where the warmth gathers and stays long after the fire has died. He has learned all of this over time. How much time is difficult to say. The staff speak of Konstantin with a care that suggests the question of his age is one they have considered and set aside, the way you set aside a question that has no satisfactory answer. Mrs. Alderton, who has kept this house for 23 years, says he was here when she arrived and looked then as he looks now. The gardener, who has been here longer, says the same. There is a letter in the estate's correspondence, filed in the study under the year 1871, that refers to a cat of the house in terms that suggest familiarity and long tenure. Whether this is Konstantin, no one can say with certainty. But it is difficult to imagine it being anyone else. He carries himself with the authority of something that belongs here absolutely, not as a possession belongs, not as furniture belongs, but as the staircase belongs, or the fireplace, or the particular way the light falls through the east windows on clear mornings. He is part of the structure of the place, part of what makes it what it is. And what it is, at 1 o'clock in the morning, is his. Not possessively, not territorially, but in the way that a night watchman owns the hours of his watch, through attention, through presence, through the quiet ongoing act of being awake and aware while everything around him rests. Konstantin takes this seriously. It would not be right to say he feels a sense of duty. He is a cat, and cats do not feel duty in the way that people mean when they use the word. But there is something in the quality of his nightly movement through the house that resembles duty, that has its gravity and its steadiness, that suggests this is not simply wandering, but something closer to practice. Something he returns to because it is, in some sense that does not require articulation, what he is for. He begins, as he always begins, in the kitchen. The kitchen is at the back of the house, reached by a short passage off the entrance hall that the family never uses and the staff use constantly, its walls slightly warmer than the rest of the ground floor from the residual heat of the range, its air carrying the layered smell of a room devoted to sustenance, flour and coal smoke, and the faint ghost of whatever was prepared that evening, the memory of warmth in a space gone cold. Konstantin moves through it without stopping, without investigating the larder or the scullery or the copper pots hanging above the table. He is not here for the kitchen. He is here because the kitchen is the beginning of his circuit, and the circuit must begin somewhere, and it has always begun here. From the kitchen, he goes to the back staircase. He does not go up. He goes only as far as the foot of the stairs, that precise point where the bottom step meets the stone floor of the passage, and he stops, and he listens. The back staircase of Vellacott Hall has a particular quality of sound. Old houses breathe differently in different places, and this staircase, narrow and enclosed and used daily for over a century, has accumulated its own acoustics, a resonance that carries sound from the upper floors in a way that the main staircase does not, that amplifies certain frequencies and suppresses others, that makes a movement 2 floors above audible here as a whisper when it would be inaudible from the entrance hall. Konstantin has known this for as long as he has been here. He listens for 30 seconds, perhaps 40. The staircase tells him nothing unusual tonight. The upper floors are quiet, the particular quiet of sleeping people, which is not silence, but which has a texture he has learned to read as reliably as any other. He is satisfied. He turns away. He passes through the entrance hall. The lamp on the side table has been turned down to its lowest setting, a thin thread of amber light, barely enough to cast a shadow, but enough to show the familiar shapes of the hall in their familiar arrangement. The mirror, the portrait of the woman with the direct gaze, the long case clock, whose pendulum moves its slow, deliberate arc back and forth, counting the minutes of the night one by one. Konstantin glances at the clock as he passes. Whether he can read it, whether the position of the hands means anything to him, is another of those questions that has no satisfactory answer. But he glances at it, as he always does, and continues down the corridor to the left of the staircase. He moves slowly here, not because the corridor requires caution, he knows it as well as any room in the house, but because the corridor, at this hour, has a quality that rewards slowness. The portraits on the walls are different at 1 in the morning from what they are in daylight. In daylight, they are simply paintings, beautiful or unremarkable, depending on your feeling about Victorian portraiture, arranged in their gilt frames with the deliberate orderliness of a family presenting itself to the world. But at night, in the thin light of a lamp turned low at the far end, they become something less fixed. The faces recede, the backgrounds deepen, the painted eyes, which in daylight look in specific and definable directions, seem at this hour to be looking at something that is not quite in the painting and not quite outside it. Konstantin looks at each one as he passes, not with the casual, ongoing scan of a creature moving through familiar territory, but with a specific, individual attention, a pause before each frame, a moment of what might be acknowledgement, as though the portraits are colleagues in the night watch, as though the faces in the paintings and the cat in the corridor have an understanding, an arrangement, a compact that has been in place for long enough to require no articulation. He pauses longest before the portrait of the woman with the direct gaze. He always does. Then he moves on, past the closed door of the sitting room, past the small table with the empty vase, past the place in the wall where the paper has begun, very gently, to lift at one corner, a detail that has been the same for as long as anyone can remember, and which no one has ever quite got around to fixing, and which Konstantin passes every night without acknowledgement, as though it too is simply part of the structure of the place, neither concerning nor surprising. To the drawing room. The door is not quite closed. It never is. Whether Konstantin opened it earlier in the evening, or whether it simply rests this way of its own inclination, a door that has been opening and closing for over a century and has developed preferences is unclear. But the gap is wide enough, and Konstantin moves through it with the fluid, boneless ease of a cat navigating a space it knows absolutely, and the drawing room receives him. The drawing room of Vellacott Hall is the largest room on the ground floor. In daylight in use, with the curtains open and the fire going, and the room arranged for the purposes for which drawing rooms are arranged, the receiving of visitors, the passing of evenings, the particular social rituals of a household with a certain standing in a certain era, it is a handsome room. High-ceilinged, with 2 large windows facing the park, walls of deep sage green above white paneling, a plasterwork cornice of moderate elaboration, and a fireplace of black marble that is, in proportion and in the quality of its carving, the finest piece of craftsmanship in the house. But at 1 o'clock in the morning, with the fire long since out and the curtains drawn and the furniture draped in the white holland covers that protect it through the night and through long absences, at 1 in the morning, the drawing room is something else entirely. The covers transform it. Beneath them, the shapes of sofas and chairs and occasional tables are still recognizable in outline, but only just. They have become suggestions of themselves, ghosts of furniture, draped in pale cloth that catches what little light there is and holds it in soft, uncertain planes. The room looks, in this light, less like a place where people sit and talk and take their tea than like something else, something in between. A room waiting to become itself again, suspended in the interval between one day's use and the next. Konstantin finds this quality congenial. He moves through the covered furniture with the ease of long familiarity, his body navigating the spaces between the draped shapes without hesitation, without looking down. He knows exactly where the low table is, the one that has caught every visitor's shin at least once. He knows exactly where the footstool sits, pushed slightly to the left of its usual position. He knows every inch of floor between the door and the fireplace and the windows, every slight rise and fall of the old boards beneath the carpet. He goes to the fireplace first. The grate is cold, not just unlit, but cold in the deep, settled way of something that has not held fire for several hours, the iron gone from the warm grey of recent ash to the flat, dense black of complete cold. Konstantin sniffs at the edge of the grate. Whatever the fire said while it burned, it is finished saying it now. He turns away without ceremony and surveys the room. The curtains are heavy here, heavier than in the library, a darker shade of the same burgundy, lined with something that blocks the light entirely, so that whatever the night outside is doing, however hard the rain falls, however much the wind moves through the elms, none of it penetrates. The drawing room at this hour exists in a kind of absolute enclosure, sealed, self-contained. Somewhere in here, the clock on the mantelpiece ticks. A different clock from the carriage clock in the library, a different clock from the long case in the hall. This one has a higher, more delicate sound, the tick of a clock that was made to be decorative as well as functional, that was chosen as much for the quality of its case as for the accuracy of its movement. It ticks in the darkness with small, bright precision, and the sound it makes in the otherwise silent room is like the sound of a single star in a clear sky, tiny and very clear, and surrounded by an immensity of dark. Konstantin listens to it. He sits in the middle of the room and listens with the absolute, uncritical attention that he gives to all sounds in this house, cataloguing, noting, measuring against what he expects, registering any deviation with a readiness that is not tension but something subtler. The readiness of something that has been paying attention for a long time and has learned the difference between the sounds that mean nothing and the sounds that mean something. The clock ticks. The curtains are still. The covered furniture breathes in the particular way of rooms that contain old cloth and old wood and old air. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, with the rhythm of something that is not alive, but is not entirely inert either. Konstantin is satisfied. He moves on to the far end of the room, to the corner where the light, even at midday, falls at a different angle from the rest of the space, a corner where the shadow is always slightly deeper than it has any obvious reason to be, where the temperature runs a degree or two cooler regardless of the season, where Konstantin has spent more hours sitting in patient observation than in any other single spot in the house. And beyond the corner, against the far wall, the piano. It is a grand piano. Not a concert grand, the room is not large enough for that, and whoever chose it understood this, but a boudoir grand, which is to say a piano of the middle size, long enough to fill a significant portion of the wall against which it stands and wide enough that its curved flank, even draped in its protective cover, occupies a considerable share of the room's attention. Cover is dark green, a different green from the library chair, a more formal green, the green of something that was bought to be looked at as well as to look after. It falls in long, even folds from the closed lid to the floor, and in the darkness it makes the piano look not so much like a covered instrument as like a presence, like something that is simply standing there, waiting, as though the cover is not a protection but a posture, the piano at rest, but not at rest in the way of an object. At rest in the way of something that has chosen, for the moment, to be still. Konstantin circles it. This is what he always does, begins with a circuit, moving slowly around the perimeter of the piano, with his nose close to the floor, reading whatever the evening has left. Tonight there is nothing unusual. The smell of old wood and old felt, and the particular mineral scent of piano wire that has been strung for decades, and has taken on, over that time, a quality almost like the smell of weather, like something that has been exposed to the changes of seasons from the inside, from within the belly of the instrument itself. He completes the circuit and sits. He sits in the precise spot where the curved side of the piano meets the wall, the spot where the shadow is deepest and the air is coolest, and he looks up at the instrument with an expression that contains, if you are willing to see it, something that in a person you might call regard. Not wonder exactly, not reverence, something quieter and more considered, the regard of one thing for another thing that it has known for a very long time and has never quite finished understanding. The piano has been in this room for longer than Konstantin's recorded presence in the house, which is itself longer than anyone can quite account for. There are estate records that mention it, in the careful handwriting of an estate agent from the 1850s, as an instrument of considerable quality recently acquired. Someone in the Vellacott family, in the middle of the previous century, loved music enough to spend serious money on it. Whether they played it themselves or kept it for guests, whether the household rang with music on long winter evenings, or whether the piano was more aspiration than use, this the records do not say. What the records do say, in passing, in a letter from sometime in the 1860s, is that the piano was played beautifully by a member of the family whose name has been partly obscured by damp. Only the first initial survives. E. E played beautifully. Whether E is still playing, in whatever sense that could be meant, is not a question that can be answered with certainty. But Konstantin sits beside the piano every night in this cool and shadowed corner with an attention that does not waver and a patience that does not diminish. And whatever he is waiting for, he has not stopped waiting for it. He settles his front paws neatly beneath him. His tail wraps once around his body and is still. His eyes, half closed, continue to watch the piano with that same quiet, enduring regard. Outside, the rain continues. The clock on the mantelpiece counts the minutes of the deep night, one by one, with its small and precise voice. And the piano stands in its corner, still and covered, and if you sit here long enough, if you let the room be exactly what it is in this hour, without trying to make it into something more comfortable or more explicable, present. Extraordinarily, quietly, unmistakably present. As though it too is listening. As though it too is waiting for something it has not yet decided to name. Here is what is known about Konstantin. He is large for a cat, not in any way that would attract immediate comment, not grotesquely large, not the kind of large that makes people exclaim, but large in the way that becomes apparent gradually, the way that registers first as a quality of presence rather than of size. When Konstantin enters a room, the room is aware of it. Not because he announces himself, he never announces himself, but because something in the atmosphere of the space adjusts, the way a room adjusts when a fire is lit in it or a window is opened. A shift, an addition. His coat is the color of the hour before dawn. Not black or not quite black, not black in the way of something that absorbs all light and gives nothing back. There is something in Konstantin's fur that is subtler than that, a quality that varies with the light. In full daylight, which he tolerates but does not seek, his coat reveals itself to be not a single color but several. A very deep charcoal at the base, deepening to something closer to true black along his spine and at the tips of his ears, with occasional threads of dark amber that appear only in direct sunlight and seem almost deliberately hidden, as though they are a private feature of the coat that Konstantin has not decided to share generally. In firelight, as you saw in the library, the amber threads come forward. In darkness, he disappears almost entirely. His eyes are the most discussed feature of Konstantin among those who have spent time in this house. Green is the word most people reach for, and it is not wrong, but it is not quite sufficient. The green of his eyes is not a simple or a settled color. It shifts. In strong light, it deepens to something almost teal, almost aqueous, the color of old bottle glass or of deep water seen from above. In dim light, it becomes something warmer and stranger, closer to the color of old copper, of lichen on stone, of something that has been in one place long enough to take on the color of its surroundings. What is consistent about his eyes is not their color, but their quality. The quality is attention. Konstantin is always, in some fundamental and inalienable sense, paying attention, even when he appears to be sleeping, and he appears to be sleeping quite frequently, in the way of cats who have learned that the best observation post is one from which you appear to be off duty. There is something in the set of his ears, the angle of his head, the fractional readiness of his body, that suggests the sleep is more conditional than it looks. A sleep with reservations. A rest that could, without notice and without transition, become something else. He has never, in anyone's memory, been startled. This is perhaps the detail that people find most remarkable when they think about it. A pan dropped in the kitchen, a door slammed by the wind, a visitor arriving unexpectedly. Konstantin receives all of these with the same quality of unhurried, settled acknowledgement. He turns toward the sound. He assesses. He determines that it is what it is, a pan, a door, a visitor, and he returns to whatever he was doing. There is no flinch, no galvanic leap. No betrayal of an inner life caught unawares. It is as though nothing surprises him. As though he already knows, in some way that precedes each moment, what that moment is going to contain. Whether this is wisdom or simply the particular serenity of an animal that has spent enough time in one place to have mapped it completely, to have catalogued every possible sound and smell and event, and filed each one against its corresponding explanation, is a question that admits no certain answer. Both things could be true. Both things might be insufficient. What is not in question is this: Konstantin has been in this house for a very long time, and in that time he has learned things about it that no one else knows. He has been in rooms when they were empty, and in rooms when they were not empty in the expected sense. He has sat in corridors at hours when the corridors were not quite what corridors are in daylight. He has been present for things that the house, in its long memory, holds, but does not easily offer up. Moments in the long record of the place that have left their marks in ways that only the most patient and the most attentive observer could detect. He has detected them. He has noted them. And he has made his decision about them, the decision that his behavior, night after night, expresses without words, that this house, with everything it contains and everything it remembers and everything that moves through it in the deep hours of the night, is his to watch over, that the watching is necessary, that he is the right one to do it. Nobody appointed him to this. Nobody asked. He simply began at some point in the long past and has not stopped. There is a theory held by Mrs. Alderton, though she would not call it a theory, she would call it simply what she believes, stated plainly to anyone who asked, and not stated at all to anyone who didn't, that Konstantin arrived at Vellacott Hall at the same time as something else arrived. That his presence here and the other presence here are not coincidental, but connected. That the house, when whatever lives within it deepened or changed or grew in some way that old houses sometimes do, needed something to know about it, to watch it, to be in relationship with it in the way that requires a living creature, a creature with senses and attention and the patience to be in one place long enough to understand it. And so Konstantin came. Or stayed, it is impossible to know which, whether he came from somewhere and chose this house, or whether he was always here in some form and simply became more defined, more particular, more himself as the need for him grew. What Mrs. Alderton knows is this: in the 23 years she has kept this house, she has never once felt afraid in it. Not on the nights when the sound from the upper corridor was not quite explicable. Not on the winter mornings when the east bedroom was cold in a way that the temperature outside did not account for. Not on the evening, some years back, when the piano played, she heard it clearly. She was in the hall, she was not mistaken, and played something she could not identify, something that sounded old and very beautiful and faintly sorrowful, and then stopped. She was not afraid, because Konstantin was in the room with her. He had come, she realized afterward, before the music started. He was already there when she reached the drawing-room door. Already sitting in his corner, already composed, already looking at the piano with that quality of settled, unafraid attention that communicated, without any possible ambiguity, that whatever this was, it was known. It had been here before. It was not a danger. She went back to the kitchen. She made herself a cup of tea. And she has never, since then, needed anyone to explain to her what Konstantin is for. And the house, in whatever way a house can consent to such a thing, in the slow and structural and entirely non-verbal way of a very old building that has grown accustomed to one particular presence within its walls, seems to have accepted this, to have made room for it, to have incorporated Konstantin into its own sense of itself, the way it has incorporated the long case clock and the portraits in the corridor and the place where the wallpaper lifts at its corner and has always lifted and will always lift. He is part of the house. The house is part of him. And at 1 o'clock in the morning, in the drawing room beside the piano, this is simply and completely the case. 1 o'clock in the morning has its own particular silence. It is not the silence of 11 at night, which still carries within it the residue of the evening, the last echoes of activity, the recent warmth of people in rooms, the sense of a day not quite fully concluded. And it is not the silence of 3 in the morning, which has a quality of absolute depth, of the night at its most committed, of darkness and stillness that have been going on long enough to feel permanent. 1 o'clock is the middle silence. The silence of a house that has fully crossed over from day into night, but has not yet reached the far shore. A suspended silence. A silence that is also, in some way that is difficult to articulate, a form of listening. Konstantin listens with it. He hears the clock on the mantelpiece, the small, bright voice of it, tick by tick, marking the minutes of the deep night. He hears the settling of the house itself, the slow and barely perceptible creak of old timber responding to the cold, a sound so familiar, so thoroughly catalogued, that it registers not as a sound at all but as background, as the house simply being what it is. He hears the rain, which has modulated since earlier in the evening from its initial urgency into something more sustained, and even a steady, committed rain that has settled in for the night with the patience of something that has nowhere else to be. He hears something else. It is very faint, faint enough that on a less quiet night, in a less quiet room, it would not register at all. A sound from somewhere above, not a footstep, not anything as defined as that, but a shift, a presence redistributing its weight, the specific, soft, almost nothing sound of something moving in a room overhead in the way that things move when they believe no one is listening. Konstantin looks at the ceiling. He does not move otherwise, does not tense, does not rise, does not alter the arrangement of his body in any way that would suggest alarm. He simply looks upward at the plasterwork above him with that quality of total and unhurried attention, and he listens. The sound does not repeat. After a moment, after the particular quality of silence that follows a sound has confirmed itself as silence rather than pause, Konstantin looks away. Back to the room. Back to the piano in its corner with its dark green cover and its long patience. Back to the curtained windows and the clock and the draped shapes of the furniture standing in their pale covers like the memory of a room rather than a room itself. Everything is as it should be. Everything is as it always is, at 1 o'clock in the morning, in the drawing room of Vellacott Hall. Konstantin exhales, a long, slow breath, barely audible, the breath of an animal that has checked what it needed to check and found it satisfactory. He settles. After a time, minutes or longer, it is difficult to say, and in this room at this hour, it does not particularly matter. Konstantin rises and goes to the window. Not the window nearest the piano. The other one, the one on the left side of the fireplace, whose curtain hangs with a slight irregularity at the bottom left corner that has been there since at least last winter, and which Konstantin has examined on numerous occasions and found consistently unremarkable. He goes to the gap in the curtain, the slight parting where the heavy fabric does not quite meet, and he looks through it. Outside is the night. The park stretches away into darkness, the gravel drive visible for only a short distance before it dissolves into the rain and the black, the elm trees barely suggested shapes against the slightly lighter darkness of the overcast sky, the gateposts at the end of the drive invisible entirely. The world beyond Vellacott Hall's walls is, at this hour, completely and unconditionally dark. No light anywhere, no movement. The rain falls straight down through the still air, and the gravel receives it, and the elm trees receive it, and the November night continues without comment or variation. Konstantin watches. His reflection is faintly visible in the glass, a ghost of himself superimposed on the darkness outside, his green eyes two small points of reflected light, his body a dark shape against the darker room behind him. He looks at it, at his own reflection, with the same quality of attention he gives to everything else, neither disturbed by it nor indifferent to it, simply noting it, the image of himself in the glass, and behind the image, the night. He looks for a long time. What he is looking for, whether he is looking for anything in the directed, purposeful sense of searching for a specific thing, or whether this is simply looking in the purest form, the act of an animal using its eyes without a gender, is not possible to know. But something in the quality of his stillness at the window, something in the angle of his head and the set of his ears, suggests that this is not idle. That there is a question being asked, here, in the gap between the curtains, that the darkness outside may or may not choose to answer. Tonight it does not answer. The rain falls, the elms are still, the darkness is simply darkness, deep and total and entirely without event, the November night doing nothing more or less than being itself. Konstantin remains at the window for another long moment. Then he turns away. Back into the room. Back to the warmth that is not warmth, the room is not warm, the fire has been out for hours, but the familiar, enclosed quality of the space, the sense of walls and ceiling and floor arranged in the specific way that makes this room, distinct from every other room in the house and from everywhere else in the world. His place in the house, his watch. He returns to the piano. You are very nearly asleep. You may not know this, consciousness is generous with its illusions, and one of the most reliable is the illusion of wakefulness maintained right up to the moment it is not, but your body knows. Your body has been moving for some time now in one direction only, and the direction is down. Down through the layers of the day, through the residue of thought and sensation and effort, through the gradual relinquishment of the world and its claims on you, towards something that has no name in the language of waking life, but which your body has always known how to find. You are almost there. Let the sounds of this room carry you. The clock on the mantelpiece, ticking in its small and precise way, marking the minutes that no longer belong to the day and do not yet belong to tomorrow. The rain against the windows, you cannot see it from here, the curtains are too heavy, but you can hear it, the continuous murmur of it on the glass and the sills and the old stone of the house's exterior, patient and constant and entirely without urgency. The occasional, almost imperceptible sound of the house adjusting, some small settlement in the old timber, some minute response to the cold night outside, as familiar as breathing, as unremarkable, as deeply reassuring in its suggestion that the house is simply itself and has always been itself, and will continue to be itself without your assistance. Breathe with it. In and out, slow and even, the body doing what it knows how to do, without instruction, without effort, without the need for your conscious participation. You are breathing, you are here, you are held by this room, by this house, by the November night that surrounds it, held in the way that the night holds everything within it, without preference, without condition, simply and completely. Konstantin is nearby. You know this the way you know the things you know in the space between sleeping and waking, not as a thought, not as information, but as a certainty that exists beneath thought, in the part of you that does not deal in words. He is there. He is watching. Whatever the house contains, whatever moves through it in these deep hours. Whatever the darkness in the corners holds, whatever caused him to look at the ceiling a little while ago and then look away, none of it is a danger to you. He would know. He always knows. And he has returned to his place and settled and breathed his long, slow breath of confirmation. All is well. All is as it should be. You can sleep now. You can let the last thin thread of wakefulness, the last small part of you that is still knotting, still checking, still performing the habitual vigilance of a person in the world, release its grip. It does not need to hold on. There is nothing here that requires vigilance tonight. There is only the room and the rain and the clock and the darkness that is not empty but attended. Let go. The silence deepens. It deepens the way silence in old houses deepens in the smallest hours, not suddenly, not dramatically, but by degrees, layer by layer, each small sound that ceases leaving the quiet more complete than it was before. The clock ticks, the rain murmurs, and beneath these sounds, the silence accumulates, growing denser and more present, filling the spaces between the sounds until the sounds themselves seem to float in it, suspended, temporary, fragile. Konstantin is absolutely still. He is back beside the piano, in his corner, in the precise position he has held on countless nights, front paws tucked, tail wrapped, eyes at half-mast, breathing so slow, and even that the rhythm of it has become part of the room's own rhythm, indistinguishable from the pulse of the house itself. The clock ticks. The rain murmurs. And then, a note, single, clear, unhurried, from the piano. Not from anywhere near the piano, not from the direction of the mantelpiece or the window or the door, from the piano, from within the covered instrument, from within the darkness beneath the green cloth, from somewhere in the long body of the thing, one note, precisely struck, with the full and resonant tone of a well-maintained instrument, a note that fills the room completely and then begins, very slowly, to fade. Konstantin does not move. He does not flinch. He does not startle. He does not do any of the things that a creature caught unawares might do, because he was not caught unawares. He was waiting. He has been waiting in this spot, beside this piano, for this, or for something like this, something in this register of experience, something from this particular corner of the house's long and complicated life. He simply listens. The note fades. It takes longer than you might expect. The acoustics of this room, the old plaster and the heavy curtains and the particular density of the air at this hour conspire to hold the sound, to extend it, to let it go only gradually and with a reluctance that seems almost intentional. Then it is gone. Silence. The clock ticks. The rain murmurs. Nothing else. Konstantin waits. 1 second. 5. The silence that follows the note is different from the silence that preceded it. This is something that is difficult to articulate and impossible to dismiss once you have noticed it, the way a silence changes after a sound has been in it. The sound leaves something behind, not an echo, not a reverberation, nothing so physical as that, something more like a quality, an alteration in the texture of the quiet, the way the air in a room is altered by the presence of a person who has recently left it. The note is gone, but where it was, something remains. Konstantin sits in the middle of that remaining. 10 seconds, 20, 30. He does not tense. He does not shift forward onto his paws with the coiled readiness of a predator, does not flatten his ears or narrow his eyes, or perform any of the gestures of an animal preparing itself for something unwelcome. He simply sits, in the same position he has held for the past hour, in the same corner, with the same quality of patient, undemanding, utterly committed attention. If you have ever sat with a very old person, someone who has lived long enough to have made their peace with the things that cannot be made sense of, who has arrived at a relationship with uncertainty that is not resignation, but something richer than that, something closer to a kind of companionship, then you have seen something like what Konstantin looks like right now. The stillness of someone who knows what they are in the presence of and has decided, a long time ago, how they will be with it. 40 seconds. A minute. The clock on the mantelpiece ticks. The rain continues its soft address to the windows. The house makes one of its small, structural sounds, a beam somewhere in the upper floor, responding to the cold night, and Konstantin's left ear turns fractionally toward it and then returns. Nothing further from the piano. The silence, which was different after the note, has now settled back into something closer to itself, not identical to what it was before, not quite, but near enough. The room is a room again, the darkness ordinary darkness, the covered furniture its familiar draped shapes. Konstantin waits a little longer. This is the part of the watching that cannot be rushed, the confirmation, the making sure. He has learned over his long tenure in this house that the thing to attend to is not always the sound itself, but what follows the sound, the interval, the quality of the quiet that comes after. It tells you more, in most cases, than the sound did. Tonight the interval tells him, this is complete. One note struck once. Offered, there is no other word that fits into the silence of the deep night, into the particular darkness of this room, in the direction of whatever is present here and patient here and watching here alongside him. Offered and received and finished. After a long moment, Konstantin exhales, long, slow, all the way, and looks at the piano directly, fully, without the slight angle or the fractional indirection with which he usually approaches the question of the instrument. He looks at it for what feels like a very long time. Then, with the deliberateness of a decision made and accepted, he rises. He goes to the piano, not circling it this time, directly moving along the side of the instrument to the keyboard end, where the cover falls over the closed lid in its long, even folds, and standing there for a moment with his nose very close to the wood, reading whatever is there to be read. Then he jumps, lightly, easily, with the fluid precision of a cat entirely confident in its own body, up onto the closed piano lid, landing without sound on the padded surface of the cover, his paws finding their positions with the certainty of something that has done this before. He walks the length of the lid, slowly, deliberately, each step placed with that quality of attention that Konstantin brings to everything he does in this house, not performing it, not making a gesture of it, but simply doing it with the full presence of a creature that does not know how to be anywhere partially. At the far end of the lid, he stops. He turns once, one slow, full circle, the ancient feline ritual of making a place one's own, and then he lies down, curls himself into the specific, particular shape that is his shape and no other creature's shape, the curve of his spine and the tuck of his paws and the wrap of his tail expressing, in their arrangement, something that is not quite a statement, but is not quite nothing either. He is here. He has decided to be here, on this instrument, in this room, at this hour. His eyes close, not all the way, never all the way, that thin line of green still visible between the lids, and his breathing deepens, slows, becomes the slow, full, oceanic breathing of a creature at the very deepest level of rest. But his ears remain forward, tilted slightly toward the body of the piano beneath him, tilted toward whatever the instrument holds within it, whatever produced that single, resonant, unhurried note in the depths of the night, and then fell silent. He is listening. He will listen for as long as it takes. This is what he does. This is what he has always done. This is the watch that no one appointed him to and that he has never failed to keep, through all the long nights of his long tenure in this house, patient and present and entirely unafraid and listening. The night deepens around him. The clock ticks. The rain falls. And Konstantin lies on the piano in the dark drawing room of Vellacott Hall, his eyes at half-mast and his ears forward and his breathing slow and steady and profound, keeping the hours as he has always kept them, as he will always keep them, as long as there are hours in this house to be kept. Consider the room. Not as a room you are passing through, not as a background to the more interesting fact of Konstantin on the piano and the note that sounded and the silence that followed it, but as a thing in itself, as a space with its own history and its own character and its own long relationship with the hours of the night. The drawing room of Vellacott Hall was designed for company. This seems obvious, given the name. Drawing rooms are always designed for company, for the social rituals of a household that wishes to present itself to the world with a certain quality of grace and comfort. But this drawing room was designed for company in a more particular way than most. There is an attention to acoustics in the proportions of the room, in the height of the ceiling and the placement of the windows, and the particular relationship between the fireplace wall and the wall where the piano stands, that suggests whoever commissioned it understood that a room built for company is a room built for conversation, and that conversation is also music, and that music requires a space that receives it properly. The piano was not an afterthought. The piano was the point. Someone built this room around the idea of music in it, around the specific idea of an instrument in the corner and someone at the instrument, and the sound of that person playing filling the proportioned space and reaching every corner of it with the fullness that only a well-built room can give to a well-played instrument. The room was imagined, in other words, with E in mind. Or with someone like E, someone who would sit at the keyboard on long evenings and play, and whose playing would make the room into something more than a room, would make it the kind of space that is remembered long after the evening is over. The room remembers. This is perhaps the most reliable thing that can be said about any room in Vellacott Hall, that it remembers what has happened in it. But the drawing room remembers in a particular way, in the way of a room built for sound, a room whose proportions were calibrated to hold music, and which has therefore been, for all the decades since the music stopped, holding the memory of it with the specific fidelity of a space designed for exactly that purpose. The silence in the drawing room is musical silence. Not empty silence, not the silence of a room where nothing has ever happened, where the quiet is simply the absence of sound. This is the silence between notes. The silence that a musician knows, the silence that is part of the music, that gives the notes their shape and their meaning, that is itself a kind of sound in the way that the space between words is itself a kind of language. The drawing room has been full of this silence since E last played, and the piano has been holding it, and when the instrument sounds a single note in the deep of the night, it is not breaking the silence but fulfilling it, completing, briefly, what the room was built to contain. Konstantin knows this. He has always known it. He lies on the piano now with the knowledge of it beneath him, literally beneath him, in the wood of the instrument and the felt of the hammers and the long strings that run the length of the case, vibrating still at frequencies below hearing from the note that sounded and faded and left the room changed. He can feel it through his body. The resonance that is too low and too slow to be called sound, but that is present in the structure of the instrument, the way memory is present in the structure of a place, not audible, not visible, but felt. He breathes into it. His warmth moves through the green cover into the wood of the lid into the case into the strings and the hammers and the mechanisms of a piano that was made with great care by people who understood their craft, and that has been here, in this room, for long enough to have become something more than an instrument, something more like a repository. A place where the music that was played in this room has been stored, not in any mechanical sense, not in any sense that would survive examination, but in the way that all old instruments store the music that has been played on them, in their resonance, in their voice, in the specific quality of the sound they make, which has been shaped by every hand that has ever touched them, and every hour they have spent in one room receiving the particular quality of that room's air and light and silence. The piano has been receiving this room's silence for a long time. And now and then, in the deepest hours, it gives a little of it back. One note, offered into the dark, received by Konstantin, who lies on the lid with his eyes at half-mast and his ears forward and his breathing the slowest and most profound thing in the room, keeping the watch that this moment requires, not vigilance, not alertness, but presence, full, committed, unhurried presence, the kind that says to whatever the room holds, I am here, I know you are here, this is enough. It is always enough. Listen one more time to the sounds of this room. You have been in it for some time now, long enough for the sounds to have become part of the background, part of the ambient quality of the space that you no longer register as separate sounds, but simply as the feel of the place, the texture of the hour. This is what familiarity does to sound. It absorbs it, folds it into the general sense of being somewhere, until what was once a sound becomes simply the character of the silence. Let it unfold again. The clock on the mantelpiece, that small, bright, high voice, precise and unwavering. Each tick separated from the next by the same interval, exactly the same, to a degree of accuracy that no human ear could verify, but that the body registers as regularity, as reliability, as the sound of something that will continue doing exactly what it is doing now for as long as it is wound, and possibly longer. There is a theory among people who think about such things that clocks that have been running for a very long time develop a quality of momentum, not mechanical momentum, not in any sense that physics would endorse, but something more like habit. The habit of going, of continuing, of making this sound, this exact sound, this particular bright tick and tock in this particular room, as though the stopping would require more effort than the continuing. This clock continues. It has been continuing for longer than anyone alive can remember. The rain against the windows, different now from how it was earlier in the evening, different from the committed night train that began before you arrived. Still present, still faithful, still speaking its low, continuous word against the old glass. But there is something in it, at this hour, that has changed, a very slight modulation, a barely perceptible shift in the quality of the sound, as though the rain is no longer in its most urgent phase of falling, but has settled into something more sustainable. More long-term, the rain of a night that knows it has hours yet to go and is packing itself accordingly. It will rain until morning. You know this without knowing how you know it, in the same way you have known everything tonight, through the body rather than the mind, through the felt sense of a November night in the north of England that has made its commitment to this weather and will not depart from it before it is ready. The covered furniture, those pale Holland shapes standing in their patient arrangement around the edges of the room. They make no sound, they have no sound, but they have a presence, a quality of being in the room that contributes to its atmosphere in the way that silent things contribute, by defining the space, by being the things the dark moves around, by existing as the solid facts of the room within which the sounds and the light and the presence of Konstantin and the memory of the music all occur. They are the room's skeleton. And Konstantin is on the piano, which is the room's heart. And you are here in the space between all of it, between the clock and the rain and the covered furniture, and the cat on the piano and the silence that is musical silence, the silence between notes, and you are nearly gone, nearly across the threshold from the heard to the felt, from the room to the sleep, from the drawing room of Vellacott Hall at 1 o'clock in the morning to wherever it is you are going. It is a good place. You have been there before, every night of your life, and you have always come back from it restored. Whatever the crossing costs, the return pays for it many times over, the fresh quality of the first morning moment, the specific clear-eyed sense of having been somewhere deep and good and come back with something, even if you cannot say what the something is. Tonight the crossing is easy. Tonight you are not crossing alone. Konstantin is on the piano. The house is around you. The rain and the clock and the deep November dark are doing what they do, patient and reliable and entirely unconcerned with whether you are awake or asleep, whether you notice them or not. They will be doing it when you wake. They have been doing it for longer than you have been here. Let them carry you. Let the room and the hour and the sound of 1 o'clock in the morning at Vellacott Hall carry you to where you are going. You are nearly there. One last thing before the sleep takes you completely. The drawing room holds something tonight that it does not always hold, or rather, holds something in a more concentrated and present form than it usually holds it. You have felt it since you entered, a quality of the air that is not quite warmth and not quite sound and not quite the presence of Konstantin, though it has something of all three, a fullness, a density, the sense of a room that is more occupied than it appears. This is the music. Not the note that sounded and faded, not that specific and discrete event, though the event is part of it. The larger thing, the accumulated music of all the evenings this room has held, the long years of someone named E at the keyboard, playing whatever E played, filling this space with exactly the sound it was built to hold. All of those evenings are here, in some form that is not audible and not visible, but is nonetheless real. The way all long accumulations are real, the way the ring of a bell remains in the air of a cathedral long after the bell itself is still, or the way the quality of a conversation remains in the air of a room long after the people who were having it have gone. E played in this room. For years, perhaps decades, E played, and the room, which was built to receive music, received it with the full fidelity of its proportions and its materials and its particular acoustic quality, and held it, the way Vellacott Hall holds everything it is given, without selecting and without discarding, and without any sense of the passage of time as something that diminishes rather than accumulates. The music is here. And E is here in whatever form the music holds, not a person, not a consciousness, not a presence with intention or will or the capacity to be frightened or comforted, but something, the quality of a person at a keyboard, of hands that knew this instrument and loved it and gave it, over the years of their playing, something that the instrument kept. The specific warmth of a musical relationship that was, by all the evidence, a deep one, a person and an instrument and a room that were, together, more than any of them were separately. Konstantin lies on the lid of it. This is why. Not because the piano is warm, it is not warm, the room is not warm tonight, the fire has been out since before you arrived, and there is nothing here that produces warmth in any physical sense, but because the piano is the center of what the room holds. Because lying on it, with his warmth moving through the cover into the wood, Konstantin is in contact with the deepest layer of what this room is in the same relationship to the music that the instrument is part of the same continuity, part of the same long accumulation of nights and playing and silence, and the patient, faithful, ongoing quality of a room that was built to hold music and has never stopped. He holds it with his body. He keeps it. As he keeps everything in this house, not by preventing it from changing, not by fighting the passage of time or the gradual thinning of the world's memory of what was here before, but by being present to it, by attending, by lying on the piano at 1 o'clock in the morning on a November night and letting his warmth move into the wood and listening with his forward-tilted ears to whatever the instrument holds and being, in the deepest and most literal sense of the word, with it. This is the watch. This is what it means. Not guarding, not protecting, not performing any function that could be described in the vocabulary of security or vigilance or duty in the way that those words are usually used. Witnessing, being with, attending to the things in this house that have the quality of needing to be attended to, the piano that holds E's music, the recess in the cellar that holds the oldest presents, the master bedroom that holds Edward Vellacott's 58 years of love for a room, attending to all of it, night after night, so that none of it passes unseen, unaccompanied, alone. This is Konstantin. This is the whole of him, in this room, at this hour. And you are here for it. You are part of it tonight, part of the attendance, part of the witnessing, part of the long list of things that this room has held and continues to hold in its musical silence, in its covered furniture dark, in the sound of the clock and the rain, and the breathing of a cat on a piano at 1 o'clock in the morning. You are held. Sleep. It is past 1 o'clock now. How far past, the clock would tell you if you asked, but you are not asking, and the clock does not volunteer. It simply ticks, in its small and faithful way, marking the passage of the night 1 minute at a time, unconcerned with whether anyone is counting. You are not counting. You are barely here, in the sense of being present and conscious, and in possession of a coherent relationship to the room around you. You are in that other place, the place the body knows and the waking mind does not, the place between this room and wherever sleep takes you, where the sounds of Vellacott Hall become the sounds of somewhere else, somewhere deeper, somewhere that has no walls and no weather and no particular hour, but holds you nonetheless. The rain is there too. Not the rain on the drawing room windows, you are too far from that now, too far along the passage from waking into sleep, but some version of rain, some rain of the mind, continuous and even and without insistence. It falls through whatever landscape you are moving through now, soft and constant, and it is not cold, and it is not dark, and there is nothing in it that requires your attention. Just rain, just the sound of it. Konstantin is on the piano in the dark room. His breathing has found its deepest rhythm now, the long, slow, full breath of a creature utterly at rest, utterly at home, utterly committed to the watch it has chosen and the place it has chosen to keep it. His tail is still. His paws are still. The only movement is the barely perceptible rise and fall of his flank, and the occasional, fractional tilt of one ear towards some sound in the house that only he can hear. He is there. He will be there. Whatever moves through Vellacott Hall in these hours, whatever the piano holds within it, whatever caused that single clear note to sound in the stillness and then fall silent, it is known to him. He has been here long enough to know it, and he has made his judgment, as he makes his judgments, in the patient and undemonstrative way of something that has learned to live alongside the inexplicable without being diminished by it. It belongs here. So does he. So do you. Sleep now, the house holds you, from the library where you first sat by the fire, through the corridor with its watching portraits, through the entrance hall where the lamp burns low, and here in the drawing room, where Konstantin keeps his vigil on the piano and the night turns past its deepest point and begins, without announcement, the long, slow movement toward morning. You will not see morning yet. Morning is far away, and between here and there is a great deal of sleep, good, dark, quiet sleep, the kind that heals without your knowing it and restores without your asking for it. The house knows this. Konstantin knows this. Rest now. Rest.